Hello, everybody. We're gonna play some games and demos today. But first I need to make sure that the audio is working fine. Oh, there's no audio currently going on right now, so this is a work of fiction. We're starting with a game called Of the Devil. We're not getting audio here, so I guess I have to do this. Alright, we'll do it like this. And then... I think... Just in case, we'll mute this. And... Where is it? I'm looking for something. I can't see it. There it is. Showing anything right now? Oops. Can't tell. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Alright, so this is... Why is this here? Alright, I turn this off. Okay. Oh, that's why that's there. Interesting. Alright. If I move this here... I think that should be fine. So, let's see. You know what? This isn't that important. Why doesn't Game Me have hands? That isn't Game Me. Alright. You know what? Let's just not deal with this. I was trying a different setup, but it's not gonna stop. It's causing issues. Anyway. Back to here. Alright. So this is Of the Devil. It is... So there's a full game for this, but it is currently, this is a prologue version that we're playing. It is only, like 2 hours, probably. We'll see how it goes. It's kind of like an Ace Attorney, like, I assume, is how it goes. Let's mess around with some of these controls. Displayed controls automatic. high control glyphs, keyboard, Xbox controllers. So you can play with a bunch of controllers if you want. Now playing UI, etc., etc. I don't think any of this is gonna matter. So return. All right. So let's see what this goes, how this goes. So I can go buy episode 1 and 2, but we're just gonna play episode 0 right now. Use all of them at the same time. Alright, let's see. Rain sizzles off the neon above me. A summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street. I need to learn how to read slower. Apparently, I was watching back some of the Asterigos footage, and I noticed that I'm just like zooming through the text. I need to be a slower reader, apparently. And a slight blunting of the night's ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all. But I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries crusting on the surface, while I hold my breath deep below. Get you in a highly resonant space and I would be white noise. Gotta turn on the reverb. Is that what we want? We got reverb. I don't have my reverb button anymore. I moved it. Hold on a second. Do I still have it somewhere? No, it's not there. I guess I got rid of my reverb button. Oh no, it's right here. Alright. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. I don't like this reverb button though, because like it's just like an audio filter, so if I turn it off it just gets cut off and it's really ugly. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Very noir. Cyberpunk noir. Morgan. Okay. Hi Morgan. Criminal attorney, MCA. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map, and someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, anonymity is scarce, and criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work no matter the hour. Why did we skip LDD? Well, first of all, we had LAD, right? Everyone knows about LADs. Then we had LBD, but BD turned out to be pretty bad. Because, I don't know, it was a little too rounded. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I guess we just always skip, we skip the second letter. It's kind of like how, Windows gets good release, bad release, good release, bad release. It's like kind of like that. So the next one, so we'll get LFDs, and they're gonna be pretty bad. But then we're gonna get to LGDs. Now it's all bad release. I mean, we went 10 to 11, so obviously 12 is gonna be good again. People like 10. You should find yourself in one of the last dark, and should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke him if you got him. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I was forced by a work cap to upgrade to iOS 26. Ouch. I'll try, Hark. Less than 3. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are gonna get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials, turn them back on in settings. Now, let's enable them. It's our first time playing. Suspect hashtag not found. Precinct 254. Alright. Welcome, 254. We are experiencing an emergency. Please use our universal contact. Oh, if you are experiencing an emergency. At string not found. This desk is programmed for check-in and information only. If you are experiencing an emergency. Okay, there it is. Better known at -1. Better known as -1. Isn't 255 is -1? 254 is -2. Come on. It's... Yeah, off by 1 arrows get you every time. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. Hear about homicide? High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. Is it gravitas or gravita? Is the S silent? But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line. Oops. In my line of work. If you're flat broke, how do I backlog? L is such a weird one. Information is like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Press the phone button or tap the phone icon in the top left to access the pause menu where you can save, load, or check your settings. You can toggle on auto-advancing text with the auto button or check previous lines with the backlog button. Look around for points of interest you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. Halt. Heads up. So don't go broke. She's the king of hearts, I guess. Alright, so I can look. Oh. It says Wazda can look, but okay. This is a distressing sound. Alright. Observe. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though the museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Don't you have cataracts and astigmatisms? Alright. I don't have cataracts, but I do have cataquacks. Inspect. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. I can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. You have cataclysms? What about calamities? You have those. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. You're walking in here now with crime rates where they are. Feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. The medium's cracked in the corner. The medium? What about the larges? Or the smalls? Looks bad. But my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Probably know the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus, is a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. A data pad? I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Why does it have I like it. It's cute, but I don't understand why it adds them at the end. Oh god. Subway fixes asked city to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system are being suspended indefinitely. Made chowder from your calamities. Nice. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of the key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy, high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Decades since they've been on schedule? Damn. Most citizens have long since given up by hope on them ever making a comeback. I just had a revelation right now. Does citizens mean people who live in a city? Are those related? Like denizens live in a den? Den? Maybe I'll have to look that up later. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. Yellow text means important. As one of the canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore. Mizawari. And an amplifier of light and noise pollution. Let's see. What is the canopy? They mentioned it before. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how to complete their morning commute. Canopies. The nearest restroom is too far. Why are you using cans? Use bottles. Bottle-pee. Let's see. Yeah. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels. But momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointingly 3,359% over budget. Unless this is like a European comma, in which case it would be 3.359% over budget. Hard to say, really. I mean, it's dystopian, so it could go either way, where like, oh wow, it's disappointing that it went over budget by 3%, or it's disappointing that it went over budget by 3,000%. Though one council member was quoted as calling the system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme, in light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit the proposal package. This is a very long article. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change. Why did I say it like that? Though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time, for reasons we do not fully understand. Are we too? It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. I see. This is the Times. New York Times, or whatever. Is here now. Ballsy of them putting the paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. You still have wallets? Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on the canopy. There'll be increasing scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pocket of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed by the waters. Install honey? Is that what you're saying? Or the one that, or the ones that let you pass paywalls? I don't read news articles enough to actually care to install that one. What if it's like a scam extension? I'm gonna install some malware on my stuff. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Right. Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake Carlos charming. More like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their text so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? Paywall passer. It's just crowdsources disposable credentials. I see. So far, so good. Was it? Scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do I even bother asking? My birthday is on the damn ID card and my profile. I'll have to be a world-class airhead to get this wrong. Do I have an archive or anything like that? Phone. December 26th. Do we have a date? Probably not. Can fall asleep in any position. She likes decaf, likes whiskey sour, puzzles, smoking, wood and furniture, dislikes commercials, hairdressers, and jogging. Blood type AB negative. Alright. Let's see. No listed weight. Alright, so December 26th. She was a Christmas, post-Christmas baby. No problem. My birthday is December 26th. You half like Morgan? What's the other half? Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. Is that what they're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room, if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. I see. Choices that take the conversation down side paths and before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. What are you? I am a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. Why the disrepair? I know this city is not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They don't really see a lot of action around here, do they? Sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. Wait, sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? You ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just fine for me now, so you can go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take what does that mean? Oh, do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Oh, that's a lot of text. We'll come back to this. Is there a way to quickly close this? Why do I gotta actually use my keyboard? Alright. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right, thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are most fun to mess with anyway. Eyes gone bad or something? No voices come from down the hall. Compared to yours, probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. Building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Shit, you weren't about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I was going to say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? Alright, so these, okay, so these are what these two look like. Alright. No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh, sorry about that. Wait, sorry about that, ma'am. Wait, I don't remember which color is which. Good cop. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. Oh, but mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan, Esquire, pleased to meet you. No last name? Same here, counselor. Kasim? London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Sorry if I kept you waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Give me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're, the detectives in charge of this particular case. And also, like tonight, we're also the humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene? No. We're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls. Plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after the circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation? Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So, you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity. Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got that bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass the shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to, fill me in about this heartbreak killer. How do you not know who the heartbreak killer is? Even I know who the heartbreak killer is. They're guy who shot 6 people in the heart with a gun. Yeah. They cover the utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Hong Kong? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. It's zooming in on her face. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in this exact same kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. Hold on, I gotta turn on the light. Right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart, and you're to blame. Bloody left to lie. Where it falls, you're a bad name. Hence the name Heartbreak. Oh, not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun. Without even needing to reload. How do they know they don't need to reload? Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Do we know that it's a revolver? I guess we know it's a revolver. A 6-shooter revolver. Hitting the bullseye at shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? That's a whole different beast. Like a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. It was... His pulse probably didn't even Monster Hunter rise. I have to say it was really Monster Hunter Wilds. Just the shooter of the Monster Hunter generation's ultimate. Let's see. Sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. He was going Oscar Wilde? Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. So, all those robots marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky... I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Right. Evil like Heartbreak is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it. HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch, red-handed. So, you're convinced that my client is this Heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back it up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. I mean, if it was being if it's such a problem for him to be accurate, why does it matter that he was? Why would he do this up close, right? If he's literally red-handed, his MO changed, right? Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files. And the ARCs, of course. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? What kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney? You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? Right, your disposal, counselor. I like how sassy she is. Where's my phone? Actually, what's this quick save? F5. Why is it F5? Alright, what have we got? We've got 6 credits. We've got evidence. Alright, let's check our profiles. Alright, this is who they are. Unknown, unknown, unknown. Occupation, criminal. Likes killing, dislikes getting caught. Favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward, suspended due to influx of false reports. May 5th. Weight 78 kilograms, blood type B+. Oh man. He's got a B+ average. Homicide detective, first class. Photography, dive bars, and bangs. Like hair bangs or explosives. Ties, pollen, after hours work messages. Who likes these? Who likes these? I hate getting pinged on Slack after I've closed the goddamn window. Listens to podcasts, pencil sketching, running late, frequently running late. October 19th. It actually provides her weight. Homicide detective, third class. Rice, limes, and automotive history. Why limes? Liars, small plates, cheap. She dislikes liars, small plates, and cheap people. You know what? I also dislike small plates. Enjoys watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance. Right eye, Osiris Elite 86. Oh, so that's. I thought it was like an eye patch. I guess it's just a mod. Right, this is the one we already read. Right, we got terms. So automated dependent. They're called ads or ADs or ads. Anything yellow, artificial intelligence. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Learn more about why we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation. We can't click it. So artificial intelligence is banned somehow, or for some reason. Holograms. They use Waterston illusion phenomena. Hollow Day season of 2061. Laws restricted the presence of holograms in public spaces. Oh, it was used exclusively in adult entertainment. Alright, we probably don't care about this that much. Arcs. Augmented reality crime scene. Alright. So that's how that's gonna work. We got this very Danganronpa and or Persona-esque things. Also, this sound is very loud and distressing. I don't like it. It is what's the word? What's the opposite of aesthetic? Not aesthetic, but like there's a word for it where like it gives you like an ick whenever a sensation that gives you an ick whenever you feel it. I forget what the word is though. Aesthetic. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of PlayStation. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for a little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Latest noble androids receive warm welcome. This is another long-ass article. Alright. Bolstered. Okay, we're gonna speed read these. Okay, bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16, Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 33% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration was yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now famous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th. I'm very bad at reading fast. That the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demands in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that the fringe religions or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed in the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products, and by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of the Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy D's Nuts on stage at their latest hashtag Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care techniques, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help you keep reading? Alright, there we go. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it loading on a piece of Noble tech these days. Landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... too frail? Too expensive. It's gotta be too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Alright. Nothing too expensive for government? Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, what with our dear, doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping ground for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps at me around here. Got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated independent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. Of course it is. C. Thank you. Link.uxi/4335511. Really? That's the link? Alright, if I project from my phone. I didn't got to talk to them. The game just moved on. Oh well. Augmented crime reality crime scene. They've got a 6-shooter. Alright, let's see what the police have and what they think is important. Let's look at the gun first. The murder weapon, a revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each one of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun has been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. And so he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Alright, a stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. It was a monitor, or a mirror, not a display, thankfully. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass are scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Meat display. I guess this is the arm that they were talking about. There's the temperature, 27 degrees. There's a calendar. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. It must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. The victim's body. Cause of death. Ballistic trauma, class 4, blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart, in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flagged as irrelevant. That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything the police highlighted, but did I miss anything? Why are you asking me about this? The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand. How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. It's like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs. I don't know how to pronounce that actually. NSAIDs? NSAIDs? Triprixazone? Triprixazone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch.io. The autopsy said her talk screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city, and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. You know how to place DNA footprints, crumbs. Crumbs? Conductive resin, screen cracked. Okay, so this is what's used in screens. Crumbs? Internet of Things. Oh, here. One of the coolest ways that the Internet of Things improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs. Small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. So it's like cookies. Okay. Throughout your day, as your own Internet of Things devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment, and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Alright, Deborah's. Nothing that points towards anything except my client. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell is messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Red! Currently texting with Brat. What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. I got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Not that kind of job. I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. Why are you texting this on an unsecured line to a defense attorney? I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of liar, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomachache! Said? Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. You know, that is a pretty good reaction face for a mugshot. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Ah, cringe! Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. Yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Cardi B is like... Cardi B? Wait! It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause? Probe knows work? Probe knows work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know, they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart, or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday? Because today is Saturday. What's up with this Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. An important text message, I take it. Yeah, just your typical teenage drama. So then, you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details? Alright, let's talk about cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd be at least a few androids around. There aren't many androids in any police stations this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly, they're the biggest robotic corp there is. You spend all day in the center city without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for noble ads by the end of the month. Even with noble ads pushing those warm androids. Warm. Ugh. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in the bigger departments. You're out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective yet. Yeah, really? You really think that'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your worm personality? I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already got all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Alright. So none of these will advance the times, or the choices, so let's just do all of them, I guess. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. using his middle name already. They really do think he's the serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, Miss Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare. I gotta say the least. To say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. You gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, the Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times? And that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nut jobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So it makes you think this was premeditated. How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up. 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random? If they have nothing in common... Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon, couldn't it be? A coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type? Anyone could see that. You're really gonna try and tell me that you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I could take a hint. So, you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits. Then you should put the shoe on the... What sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. That's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims are practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves, there'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism, or hatred, or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend, or her lookalikes, usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me, what is going on up here? What? Did you kill someone? Or were you the victim of something like that? That was really weird. Alright, timeline. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy. But do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? I can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth, but we've managed to, thanks to less biased sources, and we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Oh, she removed her eye patch thing. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. So you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered, but things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Oh, that sounds like she was knocked unconscious. But there were no signs of a struggle at all other than the gunshot. She did have the pills. Does that mean that she took pills that caused her to fall asleep? And then someone executed her afterwards? Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrived on the street at 9:08 p.m., establishing a perimeter even through the open front door at 9:10 p.m. Who came, who left? Right. The door was left unlocked, so literally anybody, it could have been anybody. But then the person they found was this Carlos guy, covered in her blood, and also his fingerprints were on the gun. And then they find your client, crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. At which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand singular? Your client's modded, cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a HAL 85 Habilis. Industrial grade it looks like. It says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 kilopascals, which means a minimum grip strength of... Well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that, it's... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would ever cover her dominant eye because it was fashionable? Actually, I thought the same thing when we first met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. Can't work without it, money got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before the HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. I mean, people are getting mods. Why would, like, what if a person has, like, robot hands? They wouldn't leave fingerprints, right? Or revolver. What kind? The old kind. Real old kind. More specifically, a caliber M54, 6-chambered... Oh, more specifically, a caliber M54, 6-chambered, 10 millimeters. Caliber? How retro? You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah. 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safety's coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else do you think he'd have gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first sight check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long, before update withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's model year 2054. 30-year-old gun? Oh, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But free-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have been over 30 years old, too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archive department complained loudly as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets have the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug-and-play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber. Without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize, then... You believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and that he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. Huh. That reaction may have lost them points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Alright. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics, trying to piece together a story. Yeah. Top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But, you gonna spout some alt-pull bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable. Well, yeah. Even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOPs still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. Why's that? Because none of the shootings were caught in the opt-in crime surveillance system. There we go. How is that even possible? I know there's some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? Do you think we'd let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, man, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect. Just another one of the many public safety tools in our belts. It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work in construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where Optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, it was a blackout from around 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it includes the area surrounding the victim's apartment. But what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Were you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to 1 or 2 unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they could have, to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of the case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge. Don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because if we found a handwritten confession at his desk... Well, that's unexpected? I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. You have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line.
Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints.
There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you. It doesn't exactly make for light reading.
I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself.
Alright. This is shorter than everything, so let's see. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting, wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words are not enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me.
That does not say that he killed them. That just says hurt. Doesn't even need to be physical hurt.
Those are very unfortunate choices of words, though. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Yeah. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact.
Well, got a spin on that?
And no need.
But it's a confession.
Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet.
And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation.
Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer.
And he got you.
Guess you're both lucky.
Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out.
But I'm not so flush with work that I can avoid to turn tail now.
So if you don't mind, I'd like to go speak with my client.
What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, Counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well.
That's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind.
Mic's on or off is your call, Counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on.
Not worried about me. How chivalrous.
Yeah, my armor's practically blinding.
Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle.
Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession.
Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, Detective.
I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they've drawn up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's
being challenged before the Supreme Court.
Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right?
Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. It saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful toward the Heartbreak Killer. And anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. It's depressing as hell in here. I need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night.
What are you... Well, look, I already told you people,
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you.
Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did.
back there and here kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said they were going to help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. And then they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could... It's not their job to help. It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. Hey Mario, how's it going? Thank you for your watch streak. 15 streams, that's cray-cray. Also, congrats on being being stream ruler and being first. Wow, I can't believe you're first.
Paper Mario 141 was first.
But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. So what do you want to know?
Oh, these all advanced things. I'm gonna hit the save a little bit. Savey save. All right, what should we ask about first? Let's ask about the victim. I could start there if I wanted to see what a panic attack looks like. Gory details like these have their own kinds of inertia. Hard to get the ball moving, but once it starts downhill, for now I should get him to talk about anything. We'll get to the juicy bits soon enough. I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Let's start simple, something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in?
I'm with city engineering. Or it was, or it should be.
As I thought. The police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work.
My arm, I got it slotted for the job.
Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks, or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod.
Really?
Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, a whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday, test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate.
That sucks.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off of his chest. Like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. Hand her an eye, test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn... Lobbing? My whole damn arm off. I think it's pretty sure it's supposed to be lopping. But the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was a financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned, so now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit.
The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
I worked at the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep.
Laughs while lobbing an arm at you, right?
Typical stuff for modders, you know.
Speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back at him to keep him talking. But the right choice, a word choice here or there, can still make a big difference. You work on the canopy. You must be under a lot of pressure. This one's green. You must be under a lot of pressure now that subways are cordoned off.
Damn straight, and this crap with long
Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah, and no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing a prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? It's not that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Never thought it had gone so long I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms, just oversensitivity, they said. Easy fix. He put his sense too high. You gotta lower it to like -2. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. You need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Why did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you would. It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! Found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times, but as long as I'm renting and not owning, the manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work for weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. So he is probably not the shooter, because he can barely even shave with his left arm, let alone shoot. He's not the killer. Let's go. He also probably didn't write anything, because otherwise, oh, maybe he did. He actually did write it. He wrote it. We know he wrote it because the handwriting was terrible. Because he's not left-handed. So you couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime? I serve with the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white-knuckle tight. Hindi? How Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their hapless models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work this city again. And if this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with the management, but like I said, no one's sticking their necks out for anyone that longs in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain'll come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything arm-shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a dead-weight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling, having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible, technically. I could slot it in and feel on balance again, but the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So you were wearing it when you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only because at the time in question he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved? How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Man, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate. Practically headhunted, you believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her. Unlike, it was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Wait, right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. Oh, nice double, Mario! Amazing. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little coat threading, but Harco's about as tame as big business can get. Predictable, like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Has she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting her rough? I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener recently. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her, and there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But I mean, if the other 5 had no connections, that they have no way to tell who it was, it could possibly still be the same for this person. This guy was just super not lucky. But no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try to tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try Morgan. Have to find or create the connection? When you're ready. We were arguing. We've been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I've been working, haven't been making money, haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.? 8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed the line and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah, we walked out the front door, thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. Kind of stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? What's it with what that happens when something falls on their head? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route would help the camps, probably... What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this, I couldn't... Carlos? Very persona, eh? I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. I didn't know what it was. But it was loud and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't.
You live on the first floor, right?
Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. It was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was. The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we'd been robbed or she'd fallen or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. She was. Called her name and she didn't move. Checked her pulse and she was still warm, and her blood was warm, and I saw the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
So that's why you picked it up.
What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it.
Doing what you do, what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because he left his fingerprints on it. Fingerprints matching Carlos Backer Flat's left hand with 99.91% certainty. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun.
What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. It was just
Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun?
That explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all you did was hold the gun.
So stupid. I know what a gun looks like, but seeing it in my own home right in front of...
You're in shock, Carlos. You still are.
The police came in some time after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving real fast. It seemed like the rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect.
Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane. But you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight.
What physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did?
They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume?
What is it?
I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Oh.
It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so...
Right, it's just that...
It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Okay, let me see it.
Take your time.
Alright, I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think about back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
Alright.
I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind.
I don't remember exactly where everything was. Oh, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn. The urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me.
I see. Like so? What's wrong? Something out of place?
This is trying.
Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If something seems off, don't be afraid to speak up.
It's just I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR.
Well, I suppose that works too.
Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering...
I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos.
Right.
Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk.
Letter? What do you mean?
I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession.
A confession? But this is... It's just a note to self!
Pardon?
Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her.
Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them.
That's right. I broke her fidget tubbies. What?
Her what? Her what?
Her fidget tubbies! Are these collectible ceramic character things? They're supposed to be like tactile. Use them as paperweights or conversation starters.
Conversation starters?
She loves this. I like this music. She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm. I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry I ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless.
Okay, let's say he did break her frigid duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway...
Couldn't even bother to sweep them up, I felt so.
Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. I'm gonna call the police back in here, and I'm gonna get this cleared up for you.
What, that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer?
Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but... Sure, everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there, he shoots people through the heart, right?
The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend.
I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... That doesn't mean anything, does it?
If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. Just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible.
I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. Smoking in a non-smoking area. For a fee. 2,999 credits.
I guess so.
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock.
Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though.
Oh!
Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up! I've got relevant experience in other areas.
Oh? I don't know, what other areas are those?
You ever gamble, Carlos?
No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff.
I meant more like playing cards?
Oh. Well, no to that, too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. I feel like that's pretty self-evident, Carlos.
But it fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so, you have good poker face?
I like to think so.
And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the state's the dealer?
If only. No, the state's more like the house.
You mean like the house always wins?
Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house.
So, what do we do?
We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder, whisper something in their ear, and then we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant.
The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me. You have the right to remain silent, probably. I don't know if that actually applies here.
So that's the strategy. What's up?
You know what there's a saying about gamblers with strategy is? Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA.
Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have a final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to call them back, because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. What she said.
You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Well, different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, Will.
Well, be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. That's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-number stuff. See, we found a note in his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. So, now how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts, but I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapon to answer everything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... Analyze the facts as they're laid out, then review the responses in your hand. Select the card that best answers the argument and place it into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point they're asking. Oh, he wrote a confession. Boom. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking the same exact question.
What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene?
This diagram of the room. It's created from data you captured, right?
Pure non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data, yeah?
What's non-GMO?
Not much these days.
What a joke. Notice anything out of place?
Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit.
It's the scene of a murder? Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that?
Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed.
Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Uh-oh. Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because that vase is still pristine. How is
that possible? That was a weird freeze. The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, that one time I tried and thrift shopped on my own.
Oh, so what? What does that even matter?
And that vase doesn't have a scratch on it.
Then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of
Fidgetubbies.
What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and his impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology.
Can you prove that?
We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote the note. We can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room is trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have been pulverized during the struggle too. You really gonna claim you sat down to write an apology for breaking your toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Let's see. What would be the proof? I'm not really sure I get what they think is proof here. Dusty Fidget Tubby Slayer. Oh, right. Oh. It broke during the shooting. All right, because he doesn't have this on. So it must have been like, oops. Let's take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the Fickle Buddy ecosystem. It's Fidget Tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your text found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever, he broke them with his arm. While he was killing her, happy? Overjoyed because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that had logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, that happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's got a pretty late, sunshine. Just try to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Oh, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a Fidget Tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? She's a collector. She's a collector. Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. The only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Do they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like Asylum Wall Scribbles is because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account along the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine, forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. And now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is. What, you gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something, no sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? He doesn't wear an raise. Oh. I can't raise. Oh, she's raising. I guess we are playing poker. Justice, blind. Gee, Carlos, do you?
No.
Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. I'm not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime. To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually, but going there now without harder evidence...
Well, I can't prove a third party.
I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there at night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way, but at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart. Hey. But not illegal either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did.
Right.
Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way?
Well, I finished with them a while ago.
What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. This thing's some bullshit in here anyway.
You ever thought the room smelled like... Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that make me look really bad?
Just relax, Carlos.
Pretty sure that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you.
Really?
Really. Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. She turned green for a moment there. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing.
Huh. What was that it reminded me of?
Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce?
No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over.
So that was your point. Hey, sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune?
Hey Ars, how's it going? How was Fallout New Vegas?
Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? I'm VL. I'm VL. We are currently playing Of the Devil, and then this is just the prologue. You got splurged on. Oh no. This is currently the prologue, and we're just testing it out, and then we're gonna move on to other games if we have time. But yeah, it's kind of like a Ace Attorney, I guess. I am playing as Morgan, who is defending a dude who's currently accused of being a serial killer. Except he's probably just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The prologue is free on Steam, by the way, and parts 1 and 2 are currently out, and there is a part 3 that's currently in preview, or currently in pre-order mode. Cyber Ace Attorney, right? We're in 2086. You should thank the detective for bringing your jacket, Carlos. She's just proving your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart by a gun that happened to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. They can smell, feel, see. No other details of any forensic significance found. So would they be able to smell gunpowder? Can you smell gunpowder? After the bullet shot? I'm not familiar enough with guns to know about that.
Sometimes, yes. Victim was shot from the room's doorway. No unexpected DNA present. No unexpected crumbs present. No unexpected fingerprints present. Hmm. a.m. and you're uber tired, so I'll bid you good night. Alright, have a good night. Go get some rest. Thank you again for the raid. Hopefully next time you play Fallout, you don't get splooged. Take Uber and go to bed. Alright, so let's see. How is this broken? Was there supposed to be- was there a smell in the room? Shooting from outside the doorway might not leave odor in the room, but it would leave it on the coat. Alright, let's try smell. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly! The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of... cigarette? That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You want me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one? It'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then in his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think that if they found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes? There's literally blood on it. That's not impossible. But it would be pretty pointless, huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all that effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation,
Smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did you get a message? Huh.
Wait, did they actually manage to find it?
Oh no. Something you'd like to share, Detective Raz? You're good. Trusting the truth in knots, making the facts work for you.
Thanks.
But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, she wouldn't still be talking. I don't doubt that she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. Alright, she must have something. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure there was. This isn't from optics. Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought. Scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, Counselor. Feast your eyes on this. That literally doesn't show anything. Well, okay, the quality is lacking. And yet there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? Oh no, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You'd even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Well, technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone.
Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on.
And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image, and there's no way in hell you get this past the judge.
You're probably right, we couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. A photo? What the hell is happening to me?
Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever.
Forensics will never be perfect, Counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain and when you finally get where you're going, you somehow end up you dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test.
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent, that photo is real. If both are true, that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from, exactly?
Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DN on the phone's owner and ask them where...
Why bother with any of that?
What?
Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window.
From the north? If this is from the north, then we can clearly see the...
It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. That must mean he's literally in the photo! On the outside! So we're looking from the bedroom from the north window. So if she's wrong, I should seize the opportunity to start turning the tide. Is she wrong? If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see? Alright. Okay. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking... Okay. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that it was taken from across the north window. From the north? Why can't we clearly see the what? Alright, so if it's from the north, why are we seeing the gun, right? We're facing the wrong way. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. What the hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photos have shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And? Okay, you can raise the ante up to the current max. Answer wrong, you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly, and you'd back up more credit for trickier hands down the line. And altogether, that tells us this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... How do I increase this? It's really hard to highlight the right one. We do see the clock. That seems to be the thing that we want to discuss. Front entrance to the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that it is taken across the north window. Can we peek at the arcs? I don't think so. Alright. So the entrance is south, so it faces north. Or it faces south. Shows the northern window facing the southern hallway where the shooter stood. Shows the western window facing the eastern wall. So yeah, it has to be the clock. So they shot from the hallway? Just take one look at the clock of that photo. The clock? What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. So then what the hell are you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style, and it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m. the time of the shooting. What's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time on the clock, the time the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's a very distinct. You had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting. Why didn't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. the same time this photo was taken of the shooter. What, you want to claim that clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Alright. So, it's this, right? How did the shards fall onto the victim if the room was already damaged during the fighting? Glass shards, what about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body, and not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? That's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what do you think? What did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. And maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't! The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible! The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too early and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. Oh, we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... Whoopam! Let's save again, because why not? A mirror? That would explain it. What is that? You trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. But what about the time, then? And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered, because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got his teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, knees sweaty. Knees sweaty. Palms are sweaty. Mom spaghetti. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, he received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photos to track down the real killer, he tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. That's the best you've got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have had to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record in his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well, any objections? Detective? God damn it! Fold! This is very Danganronpa plus Ace Attorney. Show me your hand flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta call the DA and tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. A detective. Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you think her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor. But what happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? What am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yeah. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. Can't make sense of it. What am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. To try and convince them that I didn't... You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job to... No, I mean, thank you for not asking. Huh? For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was, after all. Are you the killer? Are you the killer? Why are you the killer? The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss, but the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling toward an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom. Only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular, universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting only of an infinite, the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now, may as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo is almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantage. Hello. Did this change at all? Oh, her original article is... okay, her original article is still here. Did they both go to the same place or same thing now? Cannot carry a tune. Drink whiskey. Okay, it's different. High places, gambling, and guns. Nosy people, mud and headphones. Batting cages. Mabo tofu cannot carry a tune. Can fall asleep in any position. Occupation criminal and also defense attorney. I don't think criminal is an occupation. Student debt sizable. Oof. Luck poor. Wait. He likes cabs, musicals, and... Oh, dislikes cabs, musicals, and cashews. He likes airports, worn shoes, and firm beds. Finding the ammo is almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. But cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised. Lady. Moving around in the dark here. I must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did you think I was your boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Oh, yeah, did you hear that? Those old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. So why is it different this time? Why this girl? But this room is as cheap as it looks. Is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each one of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on, and for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything? I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration, and try to savor the shredding. It can't be clean. I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it'll be consistent. This is all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting and all of that for a heartbreak killer? Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. When he got rejected one too many times, or whatever. Yeah, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. Here's waiting tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that, but I know I've never felt guilty about any of this, and I walk. Sorry, using my left is still... That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our city's, fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. So all I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition for what after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. It'd be so funny if her motive is killing people so that she can get paid as a public defender. I don't think that's it, but... How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. I guess that means that they're not going to be worried about the Heartbreak serial killer anymore, because they have the weapon. So unless the killer breaks MO even more, they're just going to disappear forever. At least from the cops' POV, maybe. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now, Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. And the new one is born. Almost done. Getting involved with this case... the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out rosy, and it's worth it for the finality of it all.
seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too.
Maybe. Funny. I didn't even know her name.
Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died...
Death with his instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground.
No, I know, but... I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me.
Present evidence, huh? To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself.
What is it?
Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. The pill box, the pills. Maybe you can make sense out of it.
Where did you find that?
The pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did. Feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway.
Duh.
Long night? That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever even see him again. That sounds like foreshadowing. Did I say foreshadowing? Foreshadowing? But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody, there's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will Don't you? District Attorney Rockford. Oh, sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. The District Attorney. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to seal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes soaking up for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, a lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. Hard for me to read. Oh, should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Then, you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? There's always the unintended barbs with her. She's from unintended Barbie land. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me, in particular in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial, that means... Or that seems Ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. Oh, so Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh. I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks. He's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. I can answer that any number of ways. It wasn't taken at 9 p.m. though. Well, I mean, I guess it must have. But the clock shows 9 p.m., so I don't really know what the deal is. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it. No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistic entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance. Oh, you are out of your depth, Morgan. Oh no! She solved that without even talking to anyone. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Huh? Long-term relationship. Physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. You didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Right, sorry. You probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera. Or perhaps before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique. The theory is that crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill. Overkill? Points to passion, rage, lust. You probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest that they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent. Painstakingly organized. And with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside of the courtroom. I wonder if she used her connections as a public defender to get, that managed to get, like, a criminal off to get a gun. And that's how she got it. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who picks up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf. Educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely! And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. they'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary? These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how did they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta-statistics analysis. Probably. Pardon. Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays, and chart out the dips in... Sorry, not technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Alright, MO. Well, at least the Heartbreak Maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Are there victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of other people. Like you, maybe? It'd be funny if it's because they look like her. Probably not, though. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. Do they? Morgan didn't even realize what she was doing. Sure. What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. And that's why I think Heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I don't think shooting him in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life-supporting mods they were packing. The real signature isn't the bullets or the gun, it's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, and a mistake. Exactly, a mistake! They got too clean, too efficient, and now they got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet. The last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Child-ish. Uncowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you all that? No. That part's just... It takes one to know one. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population, well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. I'm rooting for Emma. Not gonna lie. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch him. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid. And detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. I need to sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. For some reason, I thought she was talking about threads as in, like, process threads. But I think she's talking about, not mattresses, blankets. But, I mean, if you could spend more of your brain's processing threads to sleep harder, that would be great. Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Oh, sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're just both doing what we do. Yeah? I could use a cup of coffee. What about you? Oh, don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first on the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect us to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the victim will have moved on to the next sensation, and the police will have moved on to the cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma, it's different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. Yeah, I guess becoming the Heartbreak Killer was probably a bad idea on Morgan's part, because now Emma knows. Emma knows about this killer that is switching MOs. I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I might as well enjoy the view. Episode 0 end. Alright, that was fun. Took 3 hours instead of the 2 I expected, but that's fine. We still have a little bit more time to try some other games. Who are you? Android. Which means you're gonna be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. Someone brought friggin' Enkidu from FGO, from Fate into this game. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun. Really? Really educational, too. I think you'd stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Alright, so there's Of the Devil. I've heard good things about the later episodes, so we might end up picking this up as our next game after Tunic, maybe? Or maybe something else. Who knows? 3D modeling. I guess they did have 3D models. Right, let's set this to auto. Hello? Auto? The power of slower reading. Yeah, well, I guess we did read it a bit slower. I think it started speeding up a lot of other lines near the end there, like closer to the end, latter half. But this is fun. I'm interested in where this is going. Is it just gonna be like, obviously we're still gonna be defending people. That seems like that's the crux of the game. But also we're a killer, so how's that gonna work, I wonder? You want to shake the hand of the Morgan crime scene artist? Also, who is Fran? We don't know anything about Fran yet, other than that they're a teenager who's on parole, who's for some reason in contact with Morgan. Made with Unity. I expected. Nani Novel. That's the plugin that lets you do visual novel stuff. DoTween. Pro Builder. Do you still need to credit Pro Builder? That's part of Unity now. Shapes. A game by Nth Circle. Those are the only tools they use. They didn't like use any of the other awesome. And he should appear. To be continued in. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. I think you can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything. That wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after, too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've been screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing, or I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet very long. Well, that's a million times more likely than the alternative. That a heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. An idle mind. Are the devil's playthings? Is that the phrase that they're going with this next one? Alright, so that was Of the Devil. I really enjoyed that. We'll probably pick it up some other time. Oh, hello. Episode 0 results. Continue. 2 articles. 6 profiles. 18 key terms. 17 pieces of evidence. Total credit earned, 36. Congratulations, you finished episode 0 with 36 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have a total of 36 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. Bonus scenarios, is this like a full... Alright, we are not going to take a look at that. We'll save that for whenever we continue this game. Okay, concept art. She started off brown. How does that hair work? That's funny. Claw clip. Evangeline Morgan. Oh, she used to have black hair. They didn't really do many changes to her. Just her hair color. Maybe they didn't have, like, they didn't do, or they aren't showing the concept art of her. There you go. Maybe these are the concept art. Or like, he used to be more sharp, it looks like. She used to have shorter legs. there's Diane, and there's Carlos. His arm is red in the concept art anyway. And there's Emma. Oh, her hair used to be even more like, what is it called? Disheveled. She's got like one stocking down. She's wearing like regular stockings. She's not wearing like hose. Is she angry version? Oh, these are CGs, looks like. Pre and post credits. So who are you? Heart fake killer. Oh no, we got a copycat? Or no. Is this is just the this is just the portrait that they had in the profile before it was revealed to be Morgan. Android, do you have a name? Inverse of Morgan's colors. So white and green. Okay. You look like you're designed to be an angel. Alright, so that was Of the Devil. I think we will continue this at some point. I don't know when that'll be. But I do enjoy this game, so we're definitely checking it out. But in the meantime, let us move on to something else. I have a few things that I've downloaded, so we're gonna try a couple of things. Let's try this one first. This one's like, alright. All these look neat. So a lot of, you know, crime. We love the crime solving stuff, so we're probably gonna move on to one of these. Maybe we'll do it like a different, more demo-y night some other time. For now, let's do, I guess this one? Database Detective, Minor Crimes Division. I haven't tried launching any of these, so I don't know how it'll work. Alright, so this is Database Detective. Oh, demo.
That was weird. All right, so this is not a game that it knows about. So we're gonna just do games plus demos. All right, you have one new voice message open.
Hey there, recruit. Welcome to the Minor Crimes Division of the Los Angeles Police Department. This is your first day as a database detective, correct?
Oh, there's a long transcript.
You know, not many people sign up for this job, and between you and me, we need all the help we can get. These days, people seem to think they can commit all the minor crimes they want. Littering, shoplifting, jaywalking, just disregarding the delicate balance of law and order, tearing down the social contract that ties us all together. But that's where we come in. We're here to stop those who think they can get away with the little things. Things that people might not think are a big deal. But the road to hell is paved one brick at a time. Think about it. One day, someone accidentally leaves some paint on private property. No big deal, they might think, till they realize, if I can get away with that, what else can I get away with? And then they'll start thinking they can get away with killing our innocent women and children, abducting them from the cover of night, and ripping their flesh from limb to limb.
Very dramatic.
All because we let them get away with something they shouldn't have. And that's what we have here. We caught a group of suspects around the sidewalk in Bleecker Street that was vandalized with paint. I've downloaded the suspect data into your desktop. This should be a good first case for you, Detective. We'll need you to figure out who was the one responsible. If we don't catch the right person, I don't even want to know what they'll get away with in the future. If you're not sure where to start, why don't you read the little instruction manual thingy that's on your computer somewhere. And that's it from me. I have some work to do, but I'll be sure to call you back when you make that first arrest. Best of luck, Detective.
All right, so we've got that. Oh, hello.
Hey.
Hello, Detective. I haven't seen you around before. I'm an intern from the Mole Man department, here to help you out. Want me to show you around? Nah, we're fine. Okay, fine. Oh, I think I actually... No. We're looking at the manual. Sequel for Database Detective. So yeah, this is the game. We're gonna learn how to do sequel in this game while solving crimes. How to use a computer? Yeah, whatever. Shutdown, settings, royalty-free music player. We are gonna turn that off. It's by Pedro. Can only provide royalty-free music for you to listen to. Enjoy. Web browser. Go on the internet. Requires permission from your supervisor. You know what? Let's turn it on and put it like a low volume. Alright. Stuff. What is a table? Tables keeps. We don't need this. We'll just go in. No. What is it? I don't know. We'll just go in guns blazing. Vandalism. Illegal. Suspects. Suspects number... First name J. Last name Thompson. Occupation child. Laura Stevens, retired. Leonard Burns, banker. Bert Peterson. Okay. Do we know any tables? I guess we can check. Let's see. Table name is at the top. Suspects. Okay, we can't access any other things yet. Together, yeah. If for example, if you have a table named people, you can see that each row represents a single person. It's called suspects. Staring at data lowers your life expectancy. New chapters will be available as you solve cases. Okay. Do we have any messages? We have just this one. Notepad has nothing. It's just for us to write notes in. Full screen, disable assistant. It's fine. Let's change our background to this. I recognize this. Alright. Do I have a view history? There's no queries in the history. Alright. From suspects. I don't remember I don't use SQL. Select. Suspects. I don't know. All queries, okay. Where... Is this how it works? I don't remember. Okay. See, I don't know SQL. We're guilty! Okay, wait, what? Oh. Right. Gotta mark things as strings. Yeah, okay, so that's how that works. I don't know how this helps at all, though. I don't know any table names. Do we have any other tables? Alright, so it's probably the painter, right? He's covered in blue paint. I guess it's just introducing us to the concept of this existing. Not burst, burnt. Nice music. What is this game? Thank you, you just provided someone a lifetime of food and shelter! What is this?
Okay, that one was pretty obvious, but hey, you solved your first case. And don't worry, the perp is on his way right now to be rehabilitated. Oh, we'll never see him again. Oh, we also got a new case for you. Seems like someone wanted to litter on the campus of our local elementary school this morning. Our suspect threw away what looks like an ID card. Their name is scratched off, but we have a hunch. Call it a sneaking suspicion that the suspect we're looking for is a teacher in the school that we found the ID card from. To think that a criminal like this might be with children at this current moment. Just disgusting. We managed to get you a list of every teacher who works there. Our suspect should be in there somewhere. You'll also find the littered object in the Clue Explorer, along with a sketch of the victim to motivate you to find the perpetrator of this heinous act. This case is a little harder than the previous one, so you might want to learn how to search through data properly. You can read more about this in the second chapter of the instruction manual. What? You don't think that sounds fun? It's what we're paying you for. Wait, we are paying you, right? Actually, don't answer that. I have an appointment. I'll reach back out to you when I'm finished.
Okay. Anyway, Barbara Wallace.
Hey.
Thanks. Doesn't really matter. Just she's the only. This is the only one. If it's her, right? Wow, we just doing it. Burn the witch! Speeding towards suspect location. Finally tackling suspect. Oh my gosh. She deserved it.
Nice job, detective.
Top
She
secret
won't be
message.
littering anymore with her hands cuffed behind her back. Did you know that it takes up to 500 years for plastic to decompose? That 9 billion tons of litter end up in the ocean every year.
More sandwiches until we eat again.
Mother Nature thanks you, detective. You've given the flowers and fauna of this glorious nation another chance to live again. That's why I have an even bigger case
I'm
for you
gonna learn how to
tonight,
join,
Detective
I guess.
Fritz.
I don't know how to join.
Confidential. You can't let anyone know you're investigating this. If this leaks, it'll be bad for both me and our entire division. That's how big this next case is.
That's it.
The crime happened last night in our police department at roughly 10 p.m. It was at this late, rainy hour of the night that someone ate my sandwich. Oh, it was something I was looking forward to eating later today, but now it's gone.
Wait, how does join?
Forever.
Okay, I need to look up how join on actually works.
Luckily, our security cameras caught the suspect right before the act. Looks like it was one of us. Someone who betrayed their uniform. Someone who was supposed to be uncorrupted from the sins of this rotten world. I'll provide you a list of every officer from our division, along with a timesheet of when everyone came in and out of this building that day. Now please, right this terrible wrong that has tragically taken place in the area we all hold sacred. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to think about what to eat for lunch.
Dot badge number equals timesheet dot badge number. I don't think indentation matters in SQL, right? Our timesheet dot. Alright, what are we looking at here? Dot check in time is greater than or is less than 19980628, and timesheet dot checkout time is greater than, oh, I guess less than or equal to 19880628 2201. Wait. What format is these? All right, just the last thing. Let's submit. Okay, so there's a bunch of people that are in here at this time, unfortunately. What's this message? The transcript say? Roughly at 10 p.m. It was late at rainy hour. It looks like, okay, there's like a 3 on there thing. I guess we're just joining the whole table. Security level 3. Okay. It's 3. Do you have any guns issued? You have 1 gun issues. Guns issued. Wait. Is greater than 0. Oops. I guess we'll just do more ands. Alright, it was Terrence Murphy. Arrest that loser. Suspect arrested. Alright, got another.
Wow. You actually got him. We'll make sure this scoundrel never bites into innocent sandwiches.
We got a lot of
ever
tables
again.
now.
My delicious sandwich, however, will never come back. To be honest, I thought I'd feel a sense of justice, knowing that a wrong has been made right, knowing that only I would be the victim of this wretched scoundrel. But that's not what I feel at all. I feel an emptiness.
You joining multiple
in my
tables?
stomach, where those bites of my sandwich should have been. Well, no time to waste. We got an urgent call earlier from a local hotel manager. Says we got a perp that was supposed to check out of the room at 6:30. You know what time it is now? 6:45.
Oh my god. 15 whole minutes?
Luckily, we got a cold jail cell waiting for them if they still need a room. Our boys at the crime scene say that our suspect was in town to visit some conventions. They also found a lot of strange stuff in the suspect's room. Hopefully, these brochures and this photo we found of the suspect proved to be helpful. We also asked around the convention center and managed to get a list of everyone who came to the last big event. Given what we know, that's where we're gonna find who we're looking for. Now, we need to act fast. We promised the local business community that if we don't solve their case in an hour, they don't need to pay taxes. And I do not want this coming out of my paycheck.
Alright, so we know that we're trying to find somebody who's staying too late at the hotel. Attendees. So someone who is in all of these conventions. Which ones? BureauCon, LampCon, LotionCon, and DumbCon. Diary says, Dear Diary, today I felt sad I didn't win any contest. I could have won one, but I arrived too late to enter, so I couldn't attend. Another convention was over capacity. I couldn't even get in. From a quick peek, they had over 300 people. That's a fire hazard. The 2 conventions I went to were fun, though. Also, my gerbil died. Alright, so they went to 2 conventions. So, which conventions were they not part of? Alright. Let's see. So, count column, average function. If you want to save and use the results of an aggregation function later, make sure to save it, give it a handy nickname to make it easier to select later. Okay. How do I get them for each table? Like, we have separate tables here. Bottles brought. Dumbs brought. Forms brought. Alright. Me with all my convention stuff, minus dumbbells. I only had an average amount of them anyways. So much stuff. Alright. Let's find out the average number of dumbbells, I guess. Okay. Select, average. Wait, do we do select for this? I don't know. Maybe I should double check. I guess we do. This is dumb count, or dumbs brought. From DumbCon. So average is 11. Let's do select. Where dumbcon.dumbs brought equals average dumbcon
I guess we don't really need... Do we need the prefix? I don't know. Okay, cannot appear in where. Aggregate functions should only appear in select and having statements. What is a having statement? What does that mean? I've never used having. Okay, it requires group. Okay. Alright, so we can't do that. Do we have let? Is let a thing? No, we don't have let. How do I save a value? I guess. Select dumbs brought. AVG. How do I do this? I don't know how, like I said, I don't actually know SQL. I'm just going based on vibes. I don't know. Oh, what is this? Attendees? Could save the average table and join, I guess. I mean, obviously I could just use a constant. I was just wondering if there's a way to do it with with pure SQL. I just wanted to do it with pure SQL, okay? Alright, anyway. Let's run this again. What was the number? It's 11. Oh, it's not in the what? Oh, is it just called ID in? There, it's just ID. All right. So these are all the people who only bought 11 dumbbells. Let's see. There, they've got a trans flag going on there. So this is where's this at? Is this at me with all my convention stuff minus dumbbells? I only had an average amount of them anyways. Could have won one, but we arrived too late to enter, so I couldn't attend. All right. So, okay, we know that they, okay, whatever. Let's just count stuff. How do I count just anything? You just do that. You have to select a specific column. Do you win for bringing the most items? I assume so. Do I have to just do this individually for each table? I don't care about DumbCon. We care about LotionCon. 271. $264. Wait, I already checked this one. It was LampCon was the last one. LampCon. Alright, 303 was the one that they couldn't get into. Okay. Wait. Okay, this is so they wanted to get into here, but they didn't have they couldn't win, or they couldn't get in because of that. So they are not in LampCon. Alright. So I guess we gotta check Max, or I guess some. So they weren't in LampCon. Lotions brought. Was that what it said too? Lotions brought. Bottles brought. From LotionCon. Wait, why am I counting some? Max. Max? Is that what I want? So 7 is Max and LotionCon. And whatever is used in BureauCon forms. Alright, so they couldn't have won BureauCon because they have only 8 forms, but they did have more lotion. So the person who won... Alright, let's see. Bottles brought. 7 is the max here. So... they showed up late for LotionCon and thus didn't show up. Or just they couldn't do the contest. It puts the lotion in the ocean. Alright, so they weren't in LampCon and they would not show up in LotionCon. So they're the people who are in BureauCon and alright. Let's see, select star first name, last name from attendees. Join LabCon. I'll see. Wait, is it no, not LabCon. It was DumpCon and BureauCon. How very helpful. BureauCon. On a.id equals d.attendee id. a.id equals b.attendee id. Where d.dumbsprot equals 11. What? Next to a table name? What are you talking about? Where did I mess up? Oh, we use and here. Alright, so there's more people here. And b dot forms brought equals 8. Richie Dyer. Alright. Congrats, Richie. You're gonna die. Submit. Suspect arrested! Let's go! Boo on you for staying at your hotel 15 minutes too late.
Nice job, detective. You've
Guess
proven
it's the end.
yourself. So for this next case, we'll grant you permission to use the internet. I'll just need to verify your credentials. Let's see here. Wait a minute. Detective? It looks like you never paid your application fee. Is this true? How did you even get here? Look, I really do appreciate you solving our previous cases, but our police division is severely underfunded as is. We can't even afford to pay anyone to make music for us. Just look at what we have available on our royalty-free music player. Listen, detective, I'll look the other way if you just go on our Steam page and pay our application fee, okay? If you want to leave any feedback there, you can do that for us too, but please, we need you. Do you want me to beg? I'll beg. I'm literally on my knees begging right now. Please, detective, don't leave us.
Honestly, I would love to. However, even though being a database detective was the happiest time of my life, I don't currently have the time. I will be sure to apply later when I get the opportunity, but I don't know when that will happen. Nevertheless, I had a life-changing experience, and I will share this experience with every member of my friends and family. Alright, so that was Database Detective. That was fun. I think we will probably take a look into it sometime in the future. I don't know how long it would, how long that game would be. Alright, so let's see. Which one should we try out next? We have to move on. Which one? Which one do y'all think looks interesting? Legion Was Here. Actually, let's try Legion Was Here. Now playing Legion Was Here demo. Oh, it's not full screen. Yeah, I'm wondering how complex that it'll ask you to go. Alright. Alt-Enter, please? Why is it not full screen? Demo. Options. No options? Let me full screen! Okay, it's full screen now, actually. You are Legion. A spy who can change his face at will. Agencies from all around the world call on your chameleon skills to carry out dangerous missions. To approach your target, you must succeed in passing yourself off as one of their loved ones. Become a husband, a brother, a son. The possibilities are endless. But be careful. The slightest misstep can mean... Yeah. Okay. Launch a tutorial mission, let's go. Become Patrick, okay. This is Patrick. Not the Krusty Krab. Val Kilmer's residence, why? Val Kilmer, actor. Hi there, Legion. It's me, Val Kilmer, and I'll accompany you during this tutorial. What? The mission I'm giving you is simple. You must impersonate my friend Patrick. This training mission will let you experience the two phases of the game. The investigation phase, analyzing the dossier to guess what Patrick looks like. The infiltration phase, answering my questions while pretending to be Patrick. I'll wait for you right here. Return when you think you look similar enough to me. Count on me? Good luck! I guess we're doing the tutorial first. Legion Secret Laboratory. Well, you got loose eyes. Here, Legion can change his appearance in order to accomplish his mission. The laboratory tools allow you to change everything about Legion's appearance, age, eyes, nose, eyebrows, etc. Keep an eye on the monitor. It shows you the name of the elements hovered over by the mouse. This file contains the documents that will assist you on your mission. Alright, when you think you have the right look, you can go to the mission. Okay, so, monitor.
contains documents that will allow you to guess the appearance of the personality you embody. Move, flip, and inspect the documents to conduct the investigation. Write down in your hand the information that could be useful to you during your mission. Each category corresponds to key intel on your persona, crucial for the infiltration stage. Okay. So tofu. Blonde hair dye. So we need to change his lips a little bit. Where do you go? Lips here. Gotta give him facial hair. Okay, we got hair, blonde hair dye. We don't know what his hair color is yet, or his hair looks like yet. July in Greece. I don't know how that helps us. Happy 36th year, my dear Patrick. You surely know that this is the age when the world saw me don the Batman suit on the big screen. I wish you too a full year of full and great opportunities, and that you never have to work with Jim Carrey. Is that supposed to be him? A picture of Patrick taken last summer. A sketch of Patrick I drew last October. I guess it's supposed to be him. Oh no, that's not it. That's not what I want. Green eyes. Shopping list of Patrick's latest purchases. Val Kilmer movies, trip travel, favorite sauce. Vegan cheese. Events celebrated with Val Kilmer. July in Greece. I challenge you to impersonate my friend Patrick. Patrick is one of we met at Ocean World in Seattle, where I celebrated my 12th birthday. How old is he? Does it say? Oh, it's 36. Last October. What's the date? I don't know today's date. Do I? Oh, this is... No! Santa Fe, New Mexico, Val Kilmer. Does it say the date? I don't think it does. Alright, we lost our progress, I guess. We're doing that. Oh no, it's still here. Trips traveled, Greece. Miscellaneous info, I guess. 3637. Wish you a full year full of great opportunities, and that you never have to work with Jim Carrey. Alright, we met at Ocean World in Seattle, where I celebrated my 12th birthday. Valkyrie Batman. 36/37. Miscellaneous info. What miscellaneous info could I possibly be thinking about here? He's British. And he's got curly hair, it looks like.
Assuming Val Kilmer is not. He also got blonde hair dye. We don't know what his nose looks like, do we? His eyes round. Like, why else would he? Okay, he's got a thin nose and barely any eyebrows. Why does he look like this? I don't know. He should look about this age. He's not like this, right? Do we know anything about his ears? He's got. Is it like that? Is that his ear? Or is that how it's tied? No, his ear's like that. All right. Can't tell how big that's supposed to be. I don't think it's that. I think it's just this. This one has an extra line though, but it's not the correct extra line. So I think it's just this. Alright. I don't think that there's anything else to check, so we'll try this, I guess. What a look. Hello, Val. Hey, Patrick. Glad to see you. So funny you're here. I was just talking about you recently. There's a friend of mine, Legion, a spy who can transform his look. To help him train, I suggested he pose as you. Oh, what a delightful coincidence. I haven't heard from him yet, for that matter. Anyway, never mind. What have you been up to? You still spending your summers all over the world? I was in Athens last summer. Yeah, lucky you. That means you took a plane. I haven't been able to see you since 1986, since the filming of Top Gun, actually. I saw closely what those death machines could do. I'll be 37. Oh, that's right. Yeah, did you know that 37 was when I acted in The Ghost in the Darkness alongside Michael Douglas? He actually killed the lion in the movie, by the way. Was the theme again? Oh. I mean, the drawing was the Wild West, but was the theme Batman? I don't remember. What are you talking about? I remember we had this amazing... Okay, what did you cook for us again? Grilled corn cob. No, I remember. Yum! I was only paid in corn for real genius. Alright. Remember the good old days with Patrick. Wow, the famous stars I've worked with. Go gather wood for fire, get comfortable while I do. Alright. Alright, I'll wait for you here. See you in a bit, Patrick. What is going on? Alright, credibility to 90%, behavioral 80%. Yay! Okay, so the only question I got wrong was the specifics about the birthday thing. Alright, so that's the tutorial. So here's the actual demo mission. The guest from Neptune. Department of Extraterrestrial Surveillance. Lavanya Kumari, head of the DES. Good morning, Legion. We need your chameleon skills to infiltrate a terrorist cell of aliens from Neptune. We have just captured their leader, a Neptunian named Volnik. Volnik confessed that his unit was about to carry out a bomb attack at Mount Rushmore this very evening. You are our only chance to thwart their operation. We will therefore have to pretend to be a Volnik in order to approach his men without arousing suspicion and eliminate them before they act.
Of course it is biologically impossible to disguise oneself as a Neptunian, as these beings are made of gas. But you can pretend to be Volnik by donning the human disguise he has adopted since living among us. Unfortunately, Volnik was not wearing his disguise when we captured him, so we don't have a direct photo of his human appearance. You will find in this folder all the elements in our possession that can give you hints on the appearance to adopt. Do you accept this mission, Legion? Yes! Excellent, the Rushmore presidents are counting on you. Alright, let's look like someone else, I guess. There's a lot of stuff here. Okay. Alright. Let's see if we can find it first. Alright, so we know what his ear and hair looks like then. What was the hair look like again? This. What a color. Well, we don't actually know the color yet. We'll see, I guess. Yeah, we'll need to keep notes about what they're like. Hi, Mom, as you can see. Dennis. As you can see, I visited Mount Rushmore. It's very impressive to see our founding fathers at such a scale. I hope it never explodes, and especially not at August 12th at midnight. Kisses! I'll send you another card with more details soon. Let's write down... terrestrial job, family info, human identities, Dennis. Other alien species, place of residence. Do we know his place of residence? Maybe. Age of the specimen, 38 years. Origin, Proteus, Neptune's moon. Miscellaneous? Human alias Dennis LaForge. Eye color brown. That one. New Judo Park opens in Orlando. Street artist Skull BX. Alright, we'll see about that later. Alright, so those are the eyes. What is this photo? Learn while having fun. Which Earthling are you? Your favorite thing on Earth? Italian food? Rome, Paris? Rome? Your favorite beard style? Goatee. Alright, let's give him a goatee. That's not a goatee, is it? Would that count as a goatee? Would this... Okay, I guess this would be the goatee? Would it be? It is the goat... It doesn't have the mustache part that I'm used to... Like this is that the other one is just a full on, yes, like it doesn't have the rest of the goatee. But this is not a goatee, I'm pretty sure. This is just like a full beard, so wearing elegant costumes. The International Circus Festival, January 16th. Alright. So he was definitely there. Quiz. Why is it spelled with 2 Z's?
So this is okay. We know that that's his hair color. His eyebrows look a little thick too. I think I ended up picking the right hair color. Maybe. All right. An individual named Volnik, who claims to be from Neptune, arranged to meet me at a small restaurant in Manhattan. When I arrived, the place was nearly empty. At the far end, a man caught my attention by snapping his fingers. As I approached, I discovered a middle-aged man dressed in a very elegant three-piece suit. It says middle-aged, but what does that mean? I have to pick for his look. I think we'll stick with this. Hello, Volnik. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Yes, even better than I do. You might not notice, but I have a pronunciation defect when I speak Neptunian. It makes me say F instead of V. That's interesting, and by the way, you speak our language impressively well. Thank you, I'm doing my best. I take my role as infiltrator very seriously. As long as my mission on Earth remains incomplete, I must keep speaking human. Without discipline, the Neptunian mind gets confused easily. And tell me, Volnik, what made you respond to our call for testimonies? I read the other interviews published. They were interesting, but I thought your readers deserved better than second-rate aliens from crappy quarters of the galaxy. Of course, okay, Neptunians are superior to our previous interviewees. Of course, Martians are, for example, still in the Stone Age. Martians and Plutonians, then. It's a miracle that they reach Earth. Though that's still less pathetic than the Plutonians, who are basically just a puddle with a few teeth in the middle. What about Earthlings? Where do we stand in all this? You're doing okay. You're roughly on the same level as us, though your technological advancements in cloud performances are still lagging. But that's about to change. So. First, we will carry out attacks all over the world. This will be the symbolic phase to instill fear in the population. Then, in a second phase, our fleet of ships will invade the planet. From then on, we will be able to benefit from all our advances in the field of circus arts. Even if you will, I'll be enslaved at that point. Thank you, Volnik, for this fascinating exchange, which has taught us a little more about Neptune and its inhabitants. My pleasure. Arnik. Alright, Neptunian culture. Annual program of the association. Is that important? I wonder. Translation. Neptunians read and write from right to left. Valruk, Valruk, Uo, Valruk. Before your body evaporates into the azure, before their blows break your armor, before your heart breathes its final refrain, our silver flag will dominate their mountains. Hide yourself among them. Gain their trust. Warriors of vapor, abandon your transparency, become solid, become flesh. Become the neighbor, the son, the brother, Valruk, Valruk, Uo, Valruk. Become the cloud again to strike the fatal blow, but let your heart harden to hear their death rattle, and cover it with your warrior cry. Cover it with your warrior cry. You see here. Don't know how this helps me. Learn while having fun. These games are written in the Earth language. Test your knowledge while improving your mastery of the human language. Food abilities, language organ. I can't read what any of that says. That's so small. Wait a sec. Oh wait, I can zoom. Not that zoom. You wouldn't have to read the tiny. Okay, thank you. Barely more than a puddle. Happens. Alright, folder content, Volnik photograph. Poem, war song, famous in the ranks of Neptune's army. War songs? Postcard intercepted by services. It contains a coded message indicating the location and date of the attack. Is it really that coded? He was observing the crowd through holes cut in the newspaper. We have attached an enlargement of his eyes. Unfortunately, it was partially damaged by a caterpillar. Alright, well, he does have the bushy eyebrows. That's right, he has brown eyes. We don't know what his mouth looks like, do we? He's probably in here somewhere. Circus troops from all around. Oh, is it you? He's got the goatee and the right hair color. Circus troops from all around the globe have come together for the grand celebration honoring their craft. Clowns, harlequins, and jugglers mingle in a warm, family-friendly atmosphere. Of course I will win the Golden Crown, says Pizzoli, a cheerful clown, wearing a purple vest covered in stars. This one. But above all, it's seeing our fellow performers, again, that motivates us to make the trip. Zozo, beaming behind his oversized pink bow tie, agrees. It's great. We share cream pie recipes. There are new trends every year. Bilbo from the Glita troupe offers a different take. Don't be fooled by all those smiles. There's fierce competition in our world. Knife stabbings aren't uncommon when the stakes are that high. Oh, what's this the rest of this here? Alright. It was in Rome that I pulled off my biggest stunt, the artist confides, pointing to the poster. It took us less than 2 hours to completely cover the Colosseum colonnades, and we did it in broad daylight. You couldn't believe how simple construction vest can lull passerby suspicions. Skull BX then leads us to a second room studio covered in murals. He's plastered all over the globe. Of course, he adds with a smirk, there are 9 other tricks to get into restricted areas. 9 times out of 10, if I get caught at night, I pretend to be an amateur astronomer stargazing, and people buy it every time. A photo suddenly catches his eye. In a vintage Polaroid, a young scout with mint green eyes flashes a shy smile. When I was a kid, the scout uniform came in handy. Great way to look innocent when you get caught somewhere you shouldn't be. Alright, it doesn't sound important for now. So we're gonna go with that nose change. Is it this one? And this mouth. I think that's everything. Plus clipboard? What do you mean? Alright, so let's fill in the rest of this. Eating habits. What does he eat? Composition, methane, oxygen. Cannot catch human diseases. Lifespan is similar to humans. Digestive system. Yeah, Neptunians can eat the same thing as humans except for fruit, which is deadly to them. Cannot eat fruit. Meeting place info. What does that mean? Family info. Miscellaneous Neptunian diseases. Alright. Brown spots. glow allergies. Glow from allergies. In the reproductive organs. Alibi for being at the location. Visiting? Okay, is that what we're looking at? Oh, my alibi. Wait, what? Neutralize unit members as soon as... Okay. Gathers every January. Where in... Okay, so... August 12th. I'm not really sure what we're getting out of this, but we'll see. Cosmos Passion Magazine. Family info. His family, Helena Jackson? Maybe he included information here. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. Stargazer. The Perseids, rather. Meteor shower. Meeting place info. What does this tell us? Things you hate the most. Does not like anchovies. City you'd like to visit? Okay. I guess Italian food as well. Place of residence. I don't know what they mean by, or like, if we got anything from place of residence. Valrook. Whoa, Valrook. And they really threw this the Legion into fucking a fire. So I think they live in New York. Their postcard is from New York. And they also were meeting these people in New York. Where is this from? International Circus Festival. Zavorb.
be the very best. And Ralnek. Wrong. I don't know what else we got out of Neptunian culture here. I think they're the best. Wearing elegant costumes. I guess they think clown costumes are very elegant. Which obviously they are. You read from right to left. Alright, we'll see if we can go with a terrestrial job. We don't know what his job is. What is his job? Clown? I guess he's a clown. Alright. Let's head out, I guess. Is there anything else? Mount Rushmore, Keystone, South Dakota. It's midnight. The tourists have left the site hours ago. You wander the monument in silence. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appears a few meters from you. He remains motionless, hidden in the darkness. You remain silent, waiting your reaction. What are you looking at? Come on, we have a mission to accomplish. Yeah, sorry, boss. In the darkness, I wasn't sure. Say, before we join the others, would you mind showing me your secret gesture? No, that's not it. Are you doing it on purpose, boss? By the way, why are you late? I don't think there's a Mrs. LaForge. I didn't have meeting info written down. Oh no! My bike had a flat on the way here. What are you talking about, boss? You better hurry. The others are waiting here. Oh no! I'm doing a poor job of imitating him. You meet two other Neptunians disguised as humans too. Then they turn to you and want you to do the same. Do you prefer to stay disguised, boss? Yes, my Zavorb is... No. Yes, my Zavorb is glowing right now. My Zavorb is gleaming and embarrasses me. I've got acne. My Ralnek is not a pretty sight. Yes, because of my... Let's see. The brown spots are something else. Glow Zavorb is... allergies. See that? Oh, I understand. Allergies are a real pain on this planet. Still, we've got easy compared to humans who start leaking all over from a single speck of pollen. Since it's us, maybe we could speak Neptunian. As long as I'm in my dentist costume, I speak human. Fair enough. We'll stick to human then. It's true it gets confusing after a while. I mean, we already wear a clown disguise over a human disguise for 8 hours a day. By the way, boss, is everything that we're still going well in your circus troupe? What's the name of the colleague you get along with again? Oh. Sozo? I don't recall ever hearing that name. By the way, where are we meeting up after? Okay, your favorite restaurant? Yeah, Trattoria Napoli. Right on! Okay, time to get down to business. Chief, we'll be dealing with Abraham Lincoln as per the briefing. You remember which one that is, right? Abraham Lincoln is not on Mount Rushmore? I don't remember what- I don't know what order the heads are. Can I see behind you? That is not something that was on my thing. Oh, what are you talking about? Suddenly a voice rings out to you. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? He fails to notice. Ah, we are lost scouts. We came to observe the stars. Oh, you're amateur astronomers. I also love studying constellations. In fact, I'm a member of the Stargazers Association. What is this? Alright. Ranger hastily switches off his torch, plunging you into darkness. He looks up, mesmerized by the stars above. Though that's better, isn't it? What do you hope to see tonight? Shooting stars. It's true, the meteor showers are abundant at this time of year. The sky is more generous than genies in mid-August. You can make dozens of wishes per hour just by looking up. You're not one of those flying saucer fanatics, are you? Nowadays, stargazing means dealing with these eccentrics. I
see what you mean. However, I wouldn't be so harsh on these people. In a way, the persistent hope that life exists elsewhere in the universe is just another form of the unsatiable thirst for meaning that has got. Okay, we are literally the extraterrestrials. Oh, that's even more pathetic than I had expected. Whatever you say, if that's what entertains you, go ahead. Just leave the place clean when you're done. Damn, that was close. Well done on your diversion, boss. He didn't suspect a thing. Let's not waste any more time. Pulls out 4 bombs and a detonator from the bag. Will you be able to handle the detonator, boss? Just a simple button to press. It's okay, I'm not Martian. You're right at OY, so we'll just be racist against Martians. Let's go. Each grab a bomb. This is the perfect moment to eliminate them. Detonator. And then just have Bomberman-ass bombs. Alright, I was 100% physical. The behavioral is bad, though. Thank you for playing the Legion Was Here demo. I hope you managed to get a score of 100. No. In the final game, you'll unlock new modifications as you complete missions. Also, the scenarios won't always be based on B-movie cliches like this alien attack story, but I won't say more. Alright, that was neat. We might check that out, too. Rip Falcomer. Alright, is that it? Is nothing else? Alright, let's exit, I guess. Oh, I'm trapped. Trapped inside the game. Alright, so that was Legion Was Here. That's an interesting concept. I'm pretty bad at it, it seems like. But yeah, that's another game to take a look at. Alright, so I think that's going to be the end of stream for now. I don't know how long the rest of these are. I guess we'll just save it for some other stream. Probably not next week, but yeah, who knows. Tuesday we will be continuing Tunic. So hope to see you then. And yeah, that is gonna be it for me. I don't really have much else to say. Thank you all. Thank you again, General Ars, for the raid. Thank you, Paper Mario, for the 15 stream streak. And hello, my VTube studio is dying or something. Hello, VTube studio. What are you doing? When did that happen? All right. Anyway. Yeah, that is gonna be it for me. Hope to see you all again very soon. And yeah, for those of you on YouTube, this is the end of stream. The rest of us on Twitch are gonna go find somebody to raid. So yeah, hope to see you around. Anyway, if you would like to suggest more things to play that are like this, I'm always open to looking for more. I'm like always looking online for things to do. So yeah, I would appreciate seeing, like, you know, suggestions. Anyway, that is gonna be it from me. Hope to see you around. Later. Bye!